Let me move. Jaja, I moved you up. Moved you to the presenter. See anybody else? Lara. Hello. Hi, Charles. So it's unpredictable.
Hello.
Some people did receive the speaker's link, but some did not. It's weird. That's why I forwarded again. Hi, Jera.
Yeah, thank you.
But let me put Jera in. Just a sec. Make you a presenter. Misha.
Can you hear me? Hi,
Yes. How are you?
How are you? I'm good. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Surviving.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Lisha. Surviving the snowstorm.
Uh,
Oh dear.
It's not bad, actually, but
And here I was thinking that it was raining today and it was bad weather.
is it your side? But it's warm at least.
Yeah.
There will be recording. Papa. Hi, Papa.
Hey, how are you?
Camera doesn't work. How's your leg?
It's all right. It's getting better. So off the cast now. So
Do you still need the boots?
I've done the boot for about 6 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 weeks. So now it's all good. How are you, colleagues?
how you doing, Papa? Long time no see.
Hi, Papa.
Papa, we can't see you. Oh yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Now better, right?
Yes.
In all the splendor.
Jerry, how are you? Long time.
I'm okay. I'm okay. How are you doing?
Good.
Been a while.
Hi, everyone.
It's been up, but we'll see each other very soon. The commission is coming up.
Indeed.
Yep.
And it always brings snow with it.
Now it's gonna be
Yes.
sunny. It's gonna be sunny by next week. It's gonna be 70 degrees.
The UN stats come, so
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
yeah.
It's chaotic in many ways this year.
ugh.
We're facing a lot of challenges. Gonna be
Really?
oh yeah, very much. You you'll see. No, I'm not going to be the spoiler.
Thanks.
You'll get a message from my director.
We did it this morning. Huh? It
Oh,
came this morning. Yeah, it came this morning.
Ah, is that what it's about? Maybe there might be more. Who
Oh
knows?
yeah, I'm sure between now and then there's gonna be.
They're trying to rescue our small little member meeting room. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
Shall we? What are we? I think we have all the speakers. Shall we start?
Sounds good.
I omitted read.ai meeting notes. Who is this? Someone spying on us.
Person.
Yeah. Papa OUB.
You want me to start?
I think that's on the run-up show.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Harry. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody, depending on where you're joining us from. My name is Papa Sek, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Intersecretarial Working Group on Household Surveys, or ISWGHS for short. And along with my dear colleague, Jero Carletto from the bank, who's the other co-chair. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you to this side event of the 55th session of the UN Statistical Commission. And as how you promised us just now, we will have a lot of challenges. So I look forward to them. Last year at this very commission, we talked at length about the work of that the Intersecretarial Working Group on Household Survey does. So the group was established in 2015. And as part of its mandate, ISWGHS works to improve scope and quality of national, regional, and international household survey programs, including through increased coordination, collaboration, and cooperation across all levels. Missing in the discussion until now has been the need to, really the dire need to revise the suite of UN methodological publications on household surveys. Some of which, such as the UN Handbook on Household Survey, date back to 1984. That's 4 decades, 40 years. So needless to say that household surveys have evolved quite significantly since, and quite possibly all of those who've actually written the handbook have probably retired by now. So they really, I think it was really high time for them to be revised. And fortunately, we've began, doing that late last year. So since late last year, with the support of the government of China, UNSD, and the members of the Intersecretarial Working Group on Household Surveys, we've embarked on the ambitious task of revising these publications, which also encompass those pertaining to national household national household survey capacity programs, but also, such as, for example, the survey data processing, and the one on the design of household questionnaires and so on. So in that context, UNSD organized a technical meeting 3 weeks ago in Shenzhen, China, with the goal to assess what the revision will cover and how it will be carried out, including issues related to timeline, milestones, and so forth. And the outcome of the meeting was submitted to the UN Statistical Commission at its 55th session as a background document for input. The meeting was rich, substantive, and informative, and you will hear shortly from Ms. Howie Chen, about the outcomes of it. So before I hand her the floor, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's contributed to the success of that meeting, including, of course, the National Bureau of Statistics of China for graciously hosting it and providing technical and financial support. UNSD was really, I think, instrumental in terms of organizing and coordinating the meeting, but also just, I think, generally everyone was generously shared their knowledge and expertise during the meeting itself. But that meeting was just the beginning of this journey. There's much hard work ahead to ensure that this project is a success and meets the need of those who will use it the most, namely national statistical offices. And so that takes me to today. Following Harry's presentation, we will hear from national statistical offices and other stakeholders who will be sharing their insights on the revision. And I really look forward to this discussion today. And thank you all once again for joining us and attending this side event. Thank you, and over to you, Harry.
Thank you so much, Papa. Thank you, Papa and Gerald. My co-chairs have been really supporting this. Let me share my, and of course, thanks. Here. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. So I have 10 minutes. I'll be fairly concise and really focus on the discussion we had in Shenzhen. But before I start, Papa, you have covered this a little bit, but a primer about the Intersecretary Working Group on Household Surveys, established 2015 with 3 objectives. One is improve coordination of household surveys, advance cross-cutting survey methodologies, in the innovations, and also enhance communication and advocacy. For the value of household surveys, we have 11 international agencies as member and 10 rotating member states. The secretary is with the UN Stats Division, and the co-chairs are the World Bank and UN Women. So our group works through time-bounded task forces, and they're usually led by members, but also with contributions from members and non-members, any experts who could contribute and has time to work with us. We really welcome their contribution. Let me go to the next slide. So needless to say, it's the importance of household surveys, and our group did a review of SDG indicators a few years ago. Found out that 1/3 of the more than 230 indicators could be derived from household surveys. That shows how important it is, and we see that even more, the more importance of household surveys since COVID. And surveys can also provide the data to train and validate non-traditional data sources. This is really focusing on data integration aspect. There has been a lot of challenges with surveys. Response rate has been declining. And then there are a lot of questions about its coverage, accuracy, and timeliness, and also the cost of it, and how relevant and how survey data have been used after billions of dollars were spent on data collection. And there has been some surveys are extremely long in terms of length, so it's been very challenging. And then at the same time, there are a lot of competitions. Really, it's not competition, but there are non-traditional other data sources that had popped up or have been there. So, and these are really the challenge we're facing, or the what's it called, opportunities that we face. And plus, we really see a lot of challenges during COVID-19 when the in-person household survey operation had to stop for a period of time. So now a little bit on the, Papa also covered some the handbooks that we have had from UN since 1984. The first one I remember was 1950-ish, but the latest round that we have had a major household survey program at the time started with 1984, called UN Handbook on Household Surveys, called a core. So it covers really the foundation of household surveys, and with some regional experiences, and also guidance for thematic areas. And then after that, a series of publications, household survey handbooks, have been produced all the way until 2005. So we have a list of all these handbooks online and with links, so you're welcome to look at those. So, but back then, just having in mind, back then there there's a huge household survey program, and we have half of the floor that I'm sitting on work on household surveys. So it's very different. And then the whole set of household surveys handbooks were done in almost 10, 20, 15 years, 20 years, the handbooks. So just put this in context that how much time we have for this round of revision and the resource we have available. During COVID, our group had worked on a position paper that was approved or endorsed by the UN Statistical Commission in 2022. I think we had another one in 2023. Because of the challenge we see that countries face during COVID. So we had, through this position paper, we identified 8 technical priorities. So under each of these technical priorities, we had a review of innovative approaches, national practices, and had some recommendation on the way forward. And we also had put down a section on the enabling environment. So how can we make the environment right for survey to thrive and for survey also to work with other data sources, both at the national and international level? So there is a link to the position paper. Please take a look at that as well. So this would be sort of a departure point for the revision because it really covers very comprehensively the technical priorities, and then very in terms also if we look at the stages of a survey planning. Now, thanks to all the colleagues and experts and also National Bureau of Statistics from China, we had really embarked the revision process of the handbook. Before we started the revision, so the first step we did was we had a round of consultation with our country's national school offices, sometimes in groups and mostly actually one-on-one, and with also experts from academia, just really to have initial idea from these experts from our countries on what has changed since 1984, and how can we reflect and incorporate these changes in the revision, and how mature some of the innovations are. And then what are the challenges by NSOs they face in household surveys, and what would be useful and if we produce a handbook. So now we're 2024, it's 40 years ago. The landscape has been very different at the time. So what would be useful? There are already a lot of existing materials. So what would be useful? And what's not covered well in other guidance related to household surveys that should be included? And what kind of format should we take? And we all know that it shouldn't be just a book like that, 1984, but how should we do it in what format? So with all these questions, we went to China in Shenzhen a few weeks ago, only at the end of January. We had 37 participants. 23 were with us in person and 14 remote. And then very grateful, many of the remote participants joined throughout the entire meetings, despite all the time differences. And we had experts from national school offices, academia, and regional international organizations. The agenda sort of look at the overarching themes and then when break into different phases of the GSBPM generic. Let me see whether I get it right. Generic statistic business process model phases. So this is really look at household survey from the very beginning, from the design stage, and then data collection, editing, analysis, and all the way to dissemination. And then we also covered the use of data. And then there are, we also had sessions dedicated to, I missed one, no, I did have it. So data integration is what was one session, and we also talk about how to make household surveys more inclusive. And then how do we work around emerging issues like climate change and multidimensional environment? I think there were a few issues, and how do we work around these, and whether the handbook or the process of a handbook revision would be able to cover those. And then we have one session really focusing on the format. How do we disseminate information, and what is the timeline? We kind of went into the meeting knowing the timeline is 2 years. Let's just list a few key recommendations. We agreed, meeting the experts agreed that we will have a revised core handbook, a core, so covering different aspects of household surveys, building on the foundation of the 1984 one. And everyone felt that GSBPM was very helpful to lead the thinking and the planning. And back in 1984, there was no GSBPM, so it'd be good to follow this. Although there was a strong call for an overarching statement covering, we first call it stage 0, but then there was actually more of overarching. If someone wants to start a survey, how do you manage the project? It's awfully complicated, and then it's very difficult to find guidance, existing guidance. So also there has been a lot of emphasis on how, before we start even plan the survey, get into doing a survey, think about how survey is actually part of the entire broader national data ecosystem, and put that into perspective, and really see what needs to be collected and plan the survey accordingly if we know we're going to have data integration, for example, to plan that survey to be interoperable by design. So those were the discussions. And then, of course, there was a lot of discussion on how do we balance the theoretical principles with practical advice? How do we make it operational if we don't have $1 billion to do a survey? Everyone wants national examples and tools to go around these principles. And the other point that was very crucial and interesting is there are principles and theories that have been tested that we know that work. And there are some great ideas, innovations, but maybe half of them will fail eventually. So there is a call to make a line clear in between these two. So both will be covered, but just make it clear that some were tested, some are still in the experimentation stage, and countries should be very cautious and also try it out, test them out. We do talk about a lot of experimental design that could probably be part of the guidance as well, how to do experiments. Strong call or suggestions to really take into consideration specific needs of CIS countries, small island developing states, and then countries under and post-conflict. They will hear from our colleague from ESCWA, who will give us more insights on that, and definitely making reference to existing materials. There are a lot of things already, so we do not want to replicate or duplicate existing efforts. And there's a link to the meeting report as a background document to the Statistical Commission. So please read. Now, dissemination format have been a lot of discussion. Some still needs to be tested here. It would be helpful to have some printed copies, maybe not a big one. Checklists will be very helpful for countries or for practitioner to go through. And some kind of web-based platform with links to software and tools that can also be updated from time to time or more frequently than the 1984 that has not been updated for 40 years. There was a suggestion to do an AI chatbot as a information dissemination tool so the users can ask questions, and the handbook material itself and will be the training data set behind all the information behind this chatbot. So this will be tested with the support of our colleagues from JPSM FROCK. Timeline. So we already submitted the report as a background document to the Commission for this year. So in 2 weeks, we will be hearing from NSOs and from many of you on feedbacks on what you think about the proposal, the recommendations, and whether you would like to, how you want to be part of this, and you should be part of this. And then given that we need to deliver in 2 years, and a final draft to the Statistical Commission. So we will need to have an annotated outline by the end of this month, and also core drafting group and division of labor already March. October 2024, we will have our second technical meeting on the revision of handbook. So that means we need to have the first draft ready, and we will revise that a little bit after and then present to the next commission. And next 2025 is our reporting year, is the reporting year for the Intersecretary Working Group on Household Surveys. So we submit that first draft to the commission. And then in between January 2025 to October, that's the second round of revision, second draft will be ready in October for our third technical meeting. That's basically the last expert group meeting before the draft is being revised. And then January 2026, that's the deadline for presenting or uploading anything for the commission. So this is the timeline, and there are more details in the report that I have shared in the link. I'll post this in the chat as well. So how can you contribute? How can we work together? We need your feedback, so send us, and I have an email address at the end, the next slide. Also provide input through the commission. So it's it's on the 29th of February, Thursday, agenda item 4C. That's when we will be presenting this work and the recommendations from the meeting in China. Please provide your input and during the commission, and also other time. We'll be very grateful if you can help draft or review the drafts, and very important, we will need, since all countries ask for case studies from other countries, so we will be collecting country case studies on very specific points from all of you. I think that's it. This is the email. Please, I'll also post this on the chat. Did I go past my time? Sorry, Talib.
No, you're perfect. Yeah, we'll make it work. Don't worry. Thank you, Howie, so much. So let's move to our panel discussion, and for those of you that are connected online, feel free to state questions, comments in the chat as well. So we're gonna take about 40 minutes for the panel discussion portion of our session today. My name is Talip Kılıç. I am a senior program manager at the World Bank Development Data Group, and I'm also a member of the Intersecretariat Working Group on household surveys, and part of this team that will be working on the revision of the handbook. So I have the pleasure today to introduce our panel and to moderate the panel discussion. We're joined by esteemed colleagues that were also with us remotely or in person during our recent meetings in China. So let me introduce the panel and then we'll move to the discussion. So we'll have representatives from various NSOs and other agencies. We have Lisha Delady-Boudayer, who is the Deputy Director General for the Statistical Institute of Jamaica. Good to see you, Lisha. Jia Lian, who is a director at the National Bureau of Statistics of China. We have Zhangliang Di, who is also a director at the National Bureau of Statistics of China. And thank you again to MBS China for being excellent hosts for our meetings. We're joined by Ismail Lubad, who's a project coordinator and statistician at the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. Selene Boulay, who's a section chief in the Social Statistics Methods Division at Statistics Canada. And last but not least, we have Charles Lau, who's the chief research officer for Geopol. So for our panel discussion, we'll have 3 rounds of questions, and we'll have common questions to all of our panelists. The first 2 rounds will have about 3 minutes per speaker, and the last one will be a rapid fire 1 minute 1 minute allocation per speaker. So without further ado, let us get started. So in terms of our speaker order, we'll go with Lisha, Jaja, Jianliang, Ismail, Silan, and Charles. And in the context of this first question that I'd like to ask, I'd like our panelists to reflect on it from their respective perspectives. Lisha in the context of small island states and Jamaica, Jaja in the context of China and other middle-income countries, upper middle-income countries, Ismail in from the perspective of countries that are affected by conflict and fragility, Silan from the perspective of Canada and other high-income countries, and last but not least, Charles from the perspective of a survey practitioner and a researcher. So our question is, what are today's pressing challenges and statistical priorities in your respective contexts that the revision should consider while trying to provide practical recommendations? So let us start with Lisha, and I'll try to give you a heads up when you have about a minute left. Thank you, Lisha.
Thanks, Dilip. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. So in terms of our challenges and priorities as small island states, we have many. And I'll just try to quickly go through a few of them. So for starters, one of our practical challenges with executing surveys, as Howie said earlier, is that surveys are expensive. And most small island developing states also have other vulnerabilities, external shocks to climate change, etc. So there are competing priorities in terms of obtaining funding to execute these surveys. Additionally, our offices they tend to be quite small. So therefore, there are limitations in terms of how many and how often we can do certain data collection activities. For many small island states also, they are island nations, so they're archipelagos. They are groups of islands. So logistically, they are administering a survey to all territories is quite complex. So generally, also fitting a survey into the wider statistical program, into the wider data ecosystem, in the wider government program tends to be a particularly complex challenge for small island states. We also have the real challenge of managing our frames. And case in point, we have countries with population sizes of 5,000. Now, in terms of putting together a household survey program to yield labor market indicators and other key critical indicators on a timely basis, you run up into the real challenge now of exhausting the population and not just a frame. So practical guidelines as to how we manage and schedule these sorts of activities is very important going forward. On the dissemination end also, we are constantly faced with the challenge of managing the risk of disclosure. In small states, this is particularly problematic as it is quite easy to identify persons even when basic identifiers are removed. And just another priority area for us, so disclosure control guidelines is quite important because as we move more towards disseminating more data and microdata, there's a very important issue of how do we ensure that we preserve the confidentiality of the respondents.
You have a minute,
also,
Lisha.
all right, I'm wrapping up the last point, thanks. Also, the final issue I want to raise that for consideration in this is managing respondent burden. As I said, if we have small states, then the probability of you being selected for multiple surveys is quite high. So how then do we manage that respondent burden while simultaneously fulfilling the data needs? So those are just some of the key challenges that we're faced with as small states, small island states. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisha. So let me turn to Jaja and ask you to reflect on this question from the Chinese context and in the context of other upper middle income countries.
Thank you very much, Patty. I think
Since 1980s, as we all know, both the environment and the technology changed a lot for household survey. And today, I want to focus on two challenges. The first challenge came from the development of information technology. As we all know, the widely use of internet, the smartphone, as well as other electronic vehicles bring us more possibility to improve the whole process of data collection and processing. The electronic data process mode is widely used in household survey. It not only improves the survey efficiency, but also provides more panel data, so we can get more information about the survey process. However, on the other part, we need new quality control method, which is adapt to the electronic data collection. Meanwhile, people's life changed a lot under the use of electronic vehicles. So we have to make our survey design adapt to the changes of people's life so that people can be interested in our survey, so that we can get appropriate response rate. And in the revision of the handbook, I think it is important to give a brief introduction on the electronic data collection and processing method and relevant quality control method. Also, it may be useful to include the requirements of human resources and IT infrastructure. I think it may be useful. It is also useful to give insights on how to deal with the panel data automatically collected during the electronic data collection. This is about the first challenge. The second challenge came from the rise of big data. There are more and more administrative records as well as users' records of various apps, especially the records of online consumption apps. So how to make full use of the existing data, how to combine the data from household survey and other data resources, and what is the necessary support for obtaining data from other resources, and how to combine data from sampling survey and non-probability data resources. Those are questions we need to deal with to face the challenge from big data. I think it may be useful to include the same metadata in household survey as well as other data resources. It is very important to find an appropriate way to coordinate with other data providers to build a good foundation for data sharing and data integration. I think in the revision of the handbook, it may be useful to include instructions on metadata collection and metadata analysis, as well as the data integration methodology and the relevant data processing software. So those are the challenges I want to share. Thank you very much, Talib.
Thank you so much, and for touching many areas that are quite pressing nowadays, but not necessarily pressing obviously 40 years ago. So we have quite a bit of work cut out for us. So thank you again, Jaja. So let me turn to Ismail. If you could please reflect on this question in the context of countries affected by fragility and conflict.
Good afternoon and good morning. Thank you again for inviting me to this important session. I would add that the countries on conflict and in humanitarian settings has the same challenges that the other countries, in addition to other burdens. So I will talk about the additional burdens and challenges that they face the countries in conflict and the humanitarian settings. So recently, the number of countries in humanitarian setting and settings and conflict are increasing, and mainly in our region in the Middle East and North Africa. So we observed since so much time that when the conflict started, or there is a direct or impact on the national statistical system. Even the national statistical system failed or had some difficulties to operate. So this is the number one of the challenges. Second is the security risk and access to population. So when the country are divided or don't have, or the government don't have the authorities to access to some areas, so there will be a risk to access to populations in some areas under occupation or under other parties of the countries. So this will limit the data collection and the statistical operations. Second is when the conflict in a country or a humanitarian setting, so there will be a population, refugees, displacements, etc., and this will make changes and difficulties for the statistical system to know where are the population, their houses or their new place of residence, and to how to tackle this population in terms of sampling or in place or in collecting data. Three is the lack of infrastructure. So the government.
You have about a minute.
Yeah. Okay. So the government will not make so much attention to the resources that gives to the National Statistical Office. So the National Statistical Office or the statistical operation will suffer from limitation in financial resources, and unfortunately, the human resources are affected even by war or by attracted by other countries to escape and to leave the national statistical system. All of these put another constraint about the mistrust of the population and non-cooperation and increasing of non-response. Thank you, and I limit my intervention to this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ismail. You noted a number of, I guess, structural constraints that are sometimes beyond the control of NSOs or stakeholders, but there are, I guess, several issues that countries dealing with conflict and fragility are dealing with that technology could hopefully be a solution to the problem, in terms of reliance on phone surveys when face-to-face surveys can't be implemented, or reliance on other advances in sampling when sample frames grow outdated, and several examples we discussed. But thank you again for bringing those issues to our attention. So let me turn to Silan and from a complete different context and priorities, and kindly ask you to reflect on this question from the perspective of Canada and other high-income countries.
So from the perspective of Canada, it's true, our challenges are different from what we just heard from Ismail. The biggest concern that we have is something that Howie mentioned earlier on, our non-response rates. So non-response rates are increasing. This is a really big challenge. If we had 10 challenges to list, it might fill every single slot, just in terms of how big it is. We need to understand why it's happening, who isn't responding, why is there increasing non-response now, but mostly we need to have ideas as to what we can do about it concretely throughout the survey process. So in terms of the handbook, this actually, I think, is a theme that touches from one end to the other. In terms of survey and sample design, we need to take it into account. Collection, of course, what collection tools can we use to help counter the trend? at weighting, at dissemination. At all of these steps, there's information that needs to be taken into account, that needs to be shared appropriately. And so I think it's one of the themes I'd like to be able to address. One of the reasons for doing so is that it's not necessarily obvious how to deal with these issues. So at survey design, you can be tempted to increase your sample sizes, but that can be counterproductive, because you can then impose a larger burden, compounding the problem of non-response eventually, or even more in the shorter term, it can cause problems in terms of collection if collection resources aren't available to push collection further. And so, and similarly, when we're doing weighting, you want to correct to the greatest degree possible, but need to make sure that those corrections are related to the subject matter at hand. And so there's a lot that needs to be shared and that needs to be laid out from that perspective. So that's really the biggest theme from, I'd say, Canada's perspective, and I think it's shared by other high-income countries. As a second point that I wanted to mention are evolving expectations as to what we can do, and this touches on the themes that have been raised previously. With technological advances, we've got a lot of opportunity to improve our processes, but it also brings challenges. We're constantly facing budgetary challenges, asking us to do more with fewer resources. In particular, to disaggregate our data even more and to give more granular data in the end. These expectations, I think, are something that is hard to manage at times. And having a solid foundation, I think the handbook can be useful in terms of providing a solid foundation as to what we can do and not do. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. And you know, this last point that you were making around the need for more disaggregated, more granular data is also somewhat linked to kind of this desire to reflect on the data integration agenda more intentionally in the revision of the handbook, and leveraging household surveys kind of ex ante, building in design features to be more interoperable, making surveys more interoperable with other data sources. So thank you so much, Silan.
Absolutely.
So let me turn to Charles. And Charles, you have a unique sort of a non-governmental perspective that I'm hoping you can bring into this discussion as a survey practitioner and a researcher. Regarding pressing technical challenges and other statistical priorities that you see that we should reflect on.
Sure. Thank you for having me. So I'll touch on 7 key challenges from my perspective as someone who kind of implements surveys on a day-to-day basis for a lot of different stakeholders. So one is the shift to CAPI data collection. So as Jaja mentioned, electronic data collection is an opportunity for a lot of reasons, but also presents challenges with respect to software selection, instrument programming and testing, devices, training, data security across the whole survey cycle. Second challenge is sampling frames. I think we're all aware a lot of countries have old, incomplete, error-prone frames, and that can lead to coverage errors, especially with population groups that we care a lot about, migrants, low-income households in poverty. So solutions there are still ongoing. So the handbook should certainly talk about some technical solutions there and country case studies. Third is sampling specific groups. So a lot of countries and other stakeholders are really are moving beyond the sort of general household survey and focus on specific populations. So migrants from conflict areas around the world, greater interest in within household perspective on surveys. So UN Women has made this clear about in the meetings in China about the need to have gender disaggregated data and data directly from women and as well. And then there are emerging population groups each time. So for example, I'm working on a study now about how to measure gender identity in Africa. So there are a lot of host of new and emerging issues like that. Fourth is quality control. So with the increase of technology, we have an increase of all these really detailed data for quality control, right? We have paradata. We know every action every interviewer takes on a tablet or a laptop. We have audio recordings. We have GIS. We just have a lot there. One challenge is to make sure these systems talk to each other. Countries need to organize and synthesize information, and then also bring in AI. We can use AI to review audio files. It's really time-consuming to have people listen to individual interview files. We can have computers do that now, but they need to be in the right languages. So there are a lot of issues there, along with machine learning for paradata. So I just have a few more seconds. So other three challenges would be integration of telephone and face-to-face surveys for mixed mode surveys, both follow back surveys where we recontact people via mobile and RDD. And two other challenges I'll quickly mention are workforce and training. We can never lose sight of who collects data. It's people collect data. We need to be able to train them in ways that make sense in 2020s and beyond. And then lastly, seventh is collection of other data, biomarkers, photographs, interviewer observations, etc. So looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Charles. So based on this initial round of feedback, yeah, Howie, we're gonna have a very busy 2 years ahead of us. So hope everyone is ready. So let's move to round two. Again, we have about 3 minutes per speaker. We'll move in the same order. In view of these unique needs that you've highlighted from your respective perspectives, what would an impactful, operationally relevant revision of this handbook look like to you? So if you could please expand on that. Let's start with Leisha.
All right,
So
thanks,
defining success. Yes.
Defining success. So ideally, what I think would be useful for us is some guidelines on program and project management for surveys. How do you fit a survey into the broader program? Key considerations, some templates, some forms, some guidelines, practical guidelines that we can use. So for example, how do you set up your project management committee and your project management approach, and what sort of documents are recommended when making the business case for new surveys. Secondly, would be guidelines for developing and managing household survey frames, and especially in the context where administrative data is either not readily available or not available in a format that is needed, because that's a real challenge that many small island developing states have. And I'm going to keep it short. I'm on my last point right now, which is guidelines on data integration and how do we effectively manage respondent burden and also interviewer burden. So how do we integrate survey data with other data sources practically to plug some of these data gaps while simultaneously ensuring that we're not collecting data from a survey if we don't need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Leisha. So let me turn to John Liang to reflect on what success looks like from the perspective of China. John Liang, can you hear us?
So can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. So good evening and good morning, everyone. So as a designer and practitioner of household survey projects, in my perspective, an updated version of the handbook should become an indispensable and reference for staff engaged in household surveys. So I think it should provide insights into general principles of the household surveys and also solutions to common challenges, as well as the application prospects and successful cases of emerging methods and technologies in this field. So it needs to be both practical and instructive, serving as a platform for us to learn from each other, especially under the insufficient communication channel, rather than providing abstract and unrealistic discussions. So based on these considerations, in my perspective, the reversed handbook would possess the following three characteristics. First is comprehensive content. So it should be suitable for beginners to start with. For example, as we have discussed as Shenzhen, GSBPM offers an excellent process model from scratch, covering the entire life cycle of household survey project. A novice could gain foundational knowledge by reading and understanding the content of the handbook and evolving into someone familiar with standard and common practices in household surveys. This foundational knowledge gained from the start handbook allows them to further tailor and optimize their own survey projects and then better collecting and publishing data. For the experienced staffs, they can also use it to identify knowledge gaps and deepen their overall understanding of household survey. And the second is broaden horizon. This aspect is particularly important, I think, for those who have been working in household survey area for a long time. So with the economic development, we all face common challenges over the past few decades, such as low response rates, inaccurate answer because of long-time recall or proxy respondents. At the same time, each country or region may also have its own unique circumstances. For example, China is experiencing rapid urbanization with frequent population movements between urban and rural areas, including nearly 100 million migrant workers traveling outside their home provinces for work. So effectively collect information from them is both crucial and challenging. In addressing such thorny issues without perfect solutions, other countries or regions might offer valuable ideas based on their previous experience. Therefore, I believe that while discussing general principles, the handbook should also enable users to learn beneficial practices and explorations from different types of countries or regions. Even if the length of the handbook should be controlled, it is meaningful at least to provide some thought-provoking clues that might guide us towards elevating or erase this problem. Perhaps just a couple of sentences could spark a solution to other countries. And the third is keeping up with the time.
John
Over the
Lang,
past
if you
oh,
could wrap up, that would be great. Thank you.
okay. Over the past 4 decades, numerous new methods and technologies have emerged, and the data sources have become diverse than before. As a practitioner, in my perspective, the handbook should address how to select or construct platforms for data collection and processing as advancement in information technology. And also should the handbook cover topics such as small area estimation and machine learning methods, and what methods to apply when integrating data from multiple sources. I think these topics are important because demands for data we are facing are increasing, and the timeliness requirements are also stricter than before. Maybe more and more countries and regions will encounter these issues in the future. From a forward-looking perspective, these issues deserve thorough contemplation and should be covered in the current handbook revision. And these are the basic ideas that come to my mind. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm gonna move to Ismail and ask him to reflect on what success looks like from his perspective.
Yes, I would suggest how to add this aspects or dimension of conflict and humanitarian setting in the household survey. It could be in two dimensions. The first dimension is whenever we're talking about any countries, we mention two countries in humanitarian settings or conflict. The other dimension is to have a specific or a part of the household survey in countries in a humanitarian setting or and conflict. And this chapter or part can be in pillars. The first one is the how to manage, the management and the planning, and the preparedness of how to undertake a survey in a humanitarian setting. The second pillar is the methodological issues. So we have to, or we may mention some methodological approach or methodological work to countries on conflict, like adapt survey method to context, use many census, quick count, etc. These things. Apply statistical technique on the available data, proxy data, like using other data like NGOs and etc. Be flexible when you design the survey in a humanitarian setting and conflict, etc. Third is the new technology. Is that technology is a solution for the countries in conflict and human. And in conflict setting, communication is cut sometimes. So how you can access to internet? There is no internet. So we should be a little bit think about how it's the situation. Is post-conflict is not as different than in conflict. So two parts. When it is in conflict, how we can deal. Post-conflict, how can we deal? So we cannot say technology will solve the solution. No, can solve after conflict when the communication and etc. is ready. And finally, is how the countries can make use of the international aid and capacity development to improve the capacity of the statistical bureau and surveys in countries on conflict. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ismail, you were cutting in and out when you were speaking, but I think we got most of what you said, which obviously you touched on several important pressing issues related to humanitarian settings, how we need to deeply reflect on that in trying to provide practical guidance. So I think this particular I guess set of issues that we're trying to tackle kind of reminded me of I guess Howie's point in the presentation. So to the extent that we have useful case studies, applications of innovative technologies that work to address problems in these specific contexts, particularly in small island states or in settings that are affected by fragility and conflict, we'd like to hear from everyone. So, well, obviously we have Ismail that's representing a large constituency, but I'm sure there are others also on the phone that have moved mountains in some cases to implement surveys to solve problems in these contexts, and we'd like to hear from you and more about those case studies to also highlight in the context of the handbook. So thank you again, Ismail. So let me turn to Silan and see how her definition of success for the revised handbook looks like.
Okay, so concentrating very much on just the handbook. One of the things that I wanted to mention was that I think we need to concentrate on core principles, cover the methodologically sound methods really well, and cover those basics well. The statement comes from two perspectives. One is from reading what was there nearly 40 years ago in terms of the guides that started coming out in the 80s. They're still useful. You can still glean a lot of information from them because of the sound principles that are in them. Even though the context, the technological context has changed, those principles remain, and it means that as a guide, that can remain useful. The other perspective is in my everyday work, my section is responsible for trying to push the boundaries in terms of innovation, in terms of modernization, transformation type of initiatives. So we work sort of on the boundary of what is more traditional. And I find that what we need is to refer back to those kinds of principles. And to me, if we can do that in the guide, it's going to make the overall guide more useful in the long run. One point highlighting again, it's not maybe a surprise how you and I have been talking, and through the meetings that we had in January, the GSBPM is an excellent organizational structure that I think will be able to follow, and having that as a core really will help us cover the various steps very well. So I think we need to keep that at the core of what we're going to put together in the handbook, in the revised handbook. And then finally, a point on format. I do want there to be a written, printable out version at some point, but I think we need to evolve in terms of format and have something that is more digitally native so that we can keep it we can keep updating it on a more ongoing basis, so that if one section, if there's been a lot of movement in terms of how to do collection, going towards multi-mode in particular, if that section needs to be rewritten or needs to have examples added to it, that we have a core that different parts we can add information to, we can update information on an ongoing basis. I think thinking about the format with that in mind is going to turn out to be useful.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Silan. Yeah, it's a bit it's really for lack of a better word, fascinating to look back 40 years, and obviously much of the core of the handbook is still very applicable in terms of first principles, and we definitely need to reflect on that as perhaps guiding principles to filter the latest and the newest and the most methodologically sound practical solutions to highlight to perhaps new problems. So thank you. Yeah, thank you again. So Charles, perhaps you could also reflect what a successful, impactful revision of the handbook look like from your perspective.
Sure. So this comes from my experience working, providing technical assistance to different countries. The meta challenge, I think, here is balancing all the needs of different stakeholders. This is a global project. We have NSOs with a variety of technical capacities, geographies, as we've heard today. The challenges are different. We have large, small countries, small countries. We have SIDS. So there are a lot of stakeholders. And that is, to me, is a meta challenge of this handbook, how to make it useful to everyone in various ways. So more specifically, like, what does that mean? So one, it should be easy for people to navigate, to figure out what they want to answer. So if Leisha's colleagues and small island states need a certain answer about how to deal with non-response follow-up in a certain geographic area, it should take them 20 seconds to be able to navigate. One way of doing that is maybe creating like a more unifying framework, and then each chapter could kind of follow like that kind of framework. So maybe starting with definitions and context, best practices, checklists, emerging areas, and existing resources too. So having some sort of framework will give the handbook some shape, so to speak, and make it easy for people to find what they're looking for. It'll also help the authors, I think, write and everyone, you know, to meet the timelines that Hao Yi outlined. I think also to meet this kind of meta challenge, we don't want the handbook to be overly prescriptive, right? Each country is different. They have their own challenges and their own strengths in tackling those challenges. So the handbook, instead of dictating exactly what countries like should do, so to speak, is really to offer the landscape of what countries could do and the best practices available, and then the countries of course will always make their own decisions, but the handbook should have that framework. Another specific thing is to kind of not be redundant with old material, right? We don't want to rewrite things that have already been written. That was a theme from the meetings in Shenzhen, but we also don't want to omit it, right? So if there are existing materials, let's link to them, but also summarize them. So it's clear and the handbook is comprehensive, as some of the other panelists have mentioned. And lastly, how to make it useful to different stakeholders is future-proofing it. Selen, you mentioned a few really great ideas with respect to digital format, guiding principles, and then also highlighting some innovations in each of the areas. So thanks so much.
Thank you all so much. So we're doing great with time, and we have one last question that I'm hoping everyone could provide a very rapid answer to, about a 1 minute max. So we'd like to know whether you could pick one area or a thought that you've heard from others and that the revision should cover, and that stood out to you or excited you, and please tell us also why. So let's start with Leisha.
All right. Many things stood out to me, but the one that stood out the most was something that Celine said about ensuring that we manage respondent burden from a technical perspective, not just at the design phase, but also at the analysis phase with weighting and those technical adjustments. It interests me because at heart I am a survey statistician, and that is where it's what I like. Also, it ensures that we keep whatever we're doing technically sound. Because at the end of the day, we want to implement practical guidelines, we want to be innovative, but we also want to remain technically solid so that whatever we put out stands up to scrutiny.
Excellent. Jaja?
Okay, just make a quick comment on the non-response. I think it is very important to talk about measures to improve the survey response, as well as strategies to deal with non-response in the handbook. And in the stage of build and collect, which is a stage for preparation of the survey, I think more attention should be made on how to improve the response. That raises a question about how to design and implement more inclusive, respondent-centric surveys. I think efforts on publicity of the survey program, as well as improvements of data collection instruments, are very important to gain support from the potential respondents and to reduce the response burden. So instructions on how to make better publicity of the survey program and how to improve the data collection instruments. I think this kind of instructions may be useful in the revision of the handbook. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Jianliang, did you want to also chime in on anything you heard that excited you from what others said?
No, thank you.
Okay.
So can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Ismail?
Well, first, do you hear me well? Because I'm sorry for
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I would appreciate the idea of using multi-mode in data collection in all the surveys. This is really an innovation, but how to enlarge this mode of multi-mode survey in both and all the because it's good in developing countries, and in all the cases this approach can be used. But how we can enlarge as well the use of a new technology and geospatial information to help as a tool to help in in implementing the multimode surveys or multimode methods. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Silan?
So as I was listening, there's really a couple things that really stood out. Lisha, your comments about respondent burden, and Jaja, your comments about integrating survey and non-probabilistic data really stuck out because these are things that I look at on a daily basis. But in terms of an overall trend or something that I wanted to come out, that I saw come out of the discussion, is just how exciting this is going to be. The discussion that we've had today brought a lot of different perspectives and different comments, but a lot of things that I could catch on to and go, oh, I want to do that too. And so overall, this morning just sort of highlights how much I'm looking forward to this.
Excellent. Great to hear that and also feel that excitement. So, Charles, what
Sure,
did you
I
hear
think
that excited you?
I would say the comments from Lisha and Ismail with respect to how the handbook can really provide concrete guidance for some of these specific populations and contexts, the SIDS and conflict-affected areas. This is an area where it seems like there are a lot of recent innovations, and this handbook is an opportunity to be able to compile them and really provide practical hands-on guidance too. So thank you, Lisha and Ismail, for those comments. And I hope the handbook can meet your needs and the needs of other stakeholders like you. So it's a big challenge, but I know we're up for it.
Great. So thank you all so much. So we have about 13 minutes for Q&A for those that are connected online. So you could raise your hand if you'd like to come in, and you'll either be able to unmute yourself or we'll make sure to unmute you, so you'll be able to ask your questions. So we obviously elicited some comments in the chat that Howie and I have been tracking, and those comments have been registered and definitely resonate with us, and we'll make sure to reflect on them in the revision process. And if you have any follow-up thoughts vis-a-vis those comments that are in the chat, please also feel free to follow up with us through the email address for the Intersecretariat Working Group. So anyone online that would like to ask a question? I'm also trying to look up the Q&A panel to see if there's anything there that has been put. Okay, let's wait a few more moments.
I have allowed everyone to turn on their camera and speakers.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much. So I have two hands. So let's go in the order in which I see him. Matpalan. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Would you be able to unmute and ask your question?
Yeah, it's good actually. Thanks for allowing me. It was a really good presentation. I was just asking, how frequently are we working on standardization of the handbook actually? Thank you. How frequently are we working on standardization of the handbook? Thank you.
Sorry, I had difficulty hearing the question. Howie, did you hear the question?
How quickly we, so maybe we collect a few and go
Yeah,
to the
but I
next one,
didn't
then
hear
we'll come
his
back.
question. So Matban, sorry, can you repeat your question or maybe type it in the chat? I couldn't hear it well.
Yeah, I think your sound is a little bit of breaking up. So maybe you can type in the chat.
Okay.
Would that work?
So yeah, let's move to Khaled.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, this is Khalid Abu Khalid from Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, Dr. Ismail, we're thankful as furnish you on the status of situation here in the Middle East, especially in Palestine is one of the regions that suffer from occupation and instability all the time. So my question is, I know that you are working on the household surveys handbook, but how we can manage or do something to integrate also admin data, because nowadays the alternative for the household surveys is the admin data. So if it is possible or there is a chance to integrate also the admin data in order to complement the deficit from the household survey. This is my point. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I have two more questions in the chat. So let me make sure to also read them out. Sorry. The first one, maybe Howie, a question for you. How frequently do we work on the standardization of the handbook? From Madhavan Palan. And the second one in the chat is, what is the procedure for making suggestions on the contents of the manual? So let me direct those two questions to Howie. But let's start with the question on the admin data, kind of the possibility of integration with the admin data. So do we have a panelist that would like to reflect on that question?
Yes, if I can.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, okay. So thank you, Khalid, for the question. I think the admin data in a humanitarian setting and conflict is essential if the data is available first. And second, if the administrative registers are still functioning. Third is the administrative data, mainly in the addresses. This is the challenge. Especially when there is a population on move or refugees, etc. So it will not an easy exercise to use. However, the first thing that we look at when a humanitarian or a conflict happened, it's the admin data, because it's the way that we can the humanitarian assistance can start with, etc. So this is a very important part of the statistics, and it is still be integrated into the multi-mode operations when it is at quality available and can be used. But maybe the recommendation is how to be well prepared in the register, the population registers, and to have a copy that not be affected by the conflict. And second, how to make sure that you register during the conflict, especially for the birth, death, etc. So these are things are critical and can be mentioned for countries in conflict, how to deal with the admin data. Thank you.
Thank you, Ismail. Any other panelists want to chime in on the admin data question? Yeah, Nisha?
Yeah. For us, one of the issues with admin data and that limits our ability to leverage it is that a lot of the admin data systems are still paper-based in some of our island states. So, and there are others that are just not in a format that's interoperable with our systems. So there is the challenge of interoperability, there's the challenge of digitization, there's the challenge of building out the statistical infrastructure that really does limit our ability to effectively use the administrative data. But as best as possible, what we've been doing is forming partnerships with the producers of these administrative records to see how best we can collaborate and work together to try to get it in a format that we can use and leverage and maximize. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So if you have additional questions, please feel free to type in the chat or raise your hand. So Howie, can you reflect on the question regarding the frequency of updates and the procedure for making suggestions?
Trying to look for my mouse. The frequency actually varies. This is for the some handbooks are a lot more frequently updated, so it really depends on the demand and also availability of resources. As I've mentioned, the previous rounds of handbook were done by a huge group of people and with a lot of budget and funds. Right now we are at UN is under freeze, completely budget freeze, but it just for this one there had been requests to update the handbook a few years back, and it was such a huge task, and we were just pondering whether it's time to take on, and but with the support of all the experts and then also our colleagues from China, they really gave us a huge push to move on with the task. So some maybe 10, 20 years, or even less, some like this, it's 40 years. Or a bit around 25 to 40, I think.
Yeah, yeah. And also on this, I think that maybe ease of updating will be somewhat conditional to the format in which it will also be made available. So this is something we're reflecting on, basically thinking about a dissemination format that would be easier to update. So that's something we're still, we're still discussing. How about the procedure for making suggestions or review? There's also another related follow-up question.
Yes, so I've shared, so we have our emails. You can email me or the Intersecretary iswghs.secretary@un.org. My colleagues are also monitoring that email account. So we'll be grateful for any input. We also sent out a questionnaire before the China meeting, I believe, to our large stakeholders about our work. A few questions about the work of Intersecretary working. We'll do it every year just to get the feedback from you and how we can better support everyone. And also we have a question. We had a number of questions on the revision itself. So let me share the link to that question, but also write to us. We do reply to emails. We do reply to emails.
Excellent. Okay. So yeah, I provided the email address again for any follow-up questions and suggestions on this. So we have about a minute left for the Q&A. I don't see any other hands. So so let me maybe start preparing to hand the mic to Howie, but I want to thank our panel. Particularly Ismail and colleagues in China for connecting late into your workday. So thank you for all the thoughts and on the enthusiasm and the support of our panelists. And we will definitely be benefiting from your energy and from your expertise as we embark on this process of the revision. So thank you all again, and thanks to those that have connected today and for your questions. Again, feel free to follow up with us with any questions or follow-up suggestions. So let me hand over to Howie for the closing. And I actually need to go to another meeting to chair that meeting, so I'm going to take leave, but it was good to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Talib. Thank you for the excellent moderation, and thank you for the support of our co-chairs and members of Intersecretary Working Group. And I'm not going to summarize the discussion in this meeting. What I found started from, thank you, by Talib, from the very beginning when we started talking to experts, to countries, one thing that really struck me is how enthusiastic and I felt so humbled. Like just by talking about the revision of the handbook, many told us they have themselves benefited from the earlier handbooks and very much wanted to be part of it. And then the excitement you can hear from our speakers, right? From all of you, I just felt that that's something I felt so warm, so humble. That struck me the most. That's the most exciting part, actually. I mean, of course, I'm excited about the handbook revision, getting something for countries that will hopefully last for some years. It'll be helpful for countries, but I think it's really how the expert teams that we're working together, that I think that's the biggest thing that I found very rewarding, and one very much feel humbled to be part of this process. So we are very open to input comments because we want something that's really helpful for everyone. So please email us. I put my email here as well. I mean, I think most people know my email, and also if you like the Intersecretary Working Group email as well, the Secretary email, we will take all input into consideration. And then there's also the formal channel to provide input from your office. That's during the commission time, Thursday, the February 29th. I know many of you are submitting input to your Director Generals who will be at the commission that week, the last week of February. So provide your input through them as well, and they will also be in the official documentation if the input, but we'll definitely take into all consideration all the input. So, I mean, it's really a huge pleasure to work with all our colleagues here, and also many of you who are been working, supporting us, communicating with us, acknowledging our emails, and thank us or asking questions, and really feel a huge pleasure to serve the community and to work with you. We will provide feedbacks and a summary of what's happening at the commission after the commission. So I'll be around the first week of March that there will be a summary of what has happened and discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers. Thank you. And to all of you who had joined us. Hey, Octavio. Nice to see you.
Hi, everybody.
¿Cómo estás?
Hi, Octavio.
Todo muy bien, gracias.
I see Rolando's also there too. I saw.
Oh, okay. Hi, Rolando.
Rolando.
Hi, Rolando.
Hi.
You're not on vacation. I thought, wasn't that summer vacation for ECLAC?
No, I'm from Mexico. I used to have Christmas time vacation.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Because I know quite a few people from your office are on leave.
ECLAC is alone, sempre. So.
No, thank you.
Nice to see you.
Hi, everyone.
See you.
Yeah,
See
look
you.
forward to seeing all of you in New York if you're coming.
Okay, see you in a few weeks.
Yes.
See you. Bye.
Bye bye. 谢谢佳佳。过年了，大过年的，你跟那个建亮两个人还要开会。我那天跟我跟那个司长说，我说，哎呀，那不行就没关系的。我说，他说没事，我去问他们一下，他们都回家了。我说，哎呦，回老家还要看。
我正好在休假，我在吉林，我在东北。
冷吗？你是什么放假吗？就是你家不是吉林的呀？是去玩吗？
不是，我家对，
你家东北的。
哈。
耶，你好，我们这今天下雪喽，终于。 多少年没下过雪了？
北京现在也很少下雪了，
北京前一阵不刚下过雪吗？
就那一场，后面
是吧？
就
再也没了
那一次。
啊，真的真
对
的
啊，
哦，不行不行，我要开会去了。谢谢你们，过年好，过年好。咱们那个
行，
联络，
龙年大吉。
好的，谢谢，拜
嗯，
拜，
行，拜拜啊，
拜拜。
嗯，好。
Hello. I cannot hear anything. Is the meeting started or no?